Sorry, I was eating something. Alright, let's get back into this, huh? I did remove some characters. I moved up these two mainly because I thought about it and I was like, having them in D tier feels... So I thought about it, and I think they make a lot more points than I gave them credit for. So, and then I added some extra characters because I thought about what other characters I've encountered. I removed some characters that I thought were like more kind of secondary villain than main villain. And yeah, that's it. Nothing else. Nothing. But just Android 18 and 17 was goofed. I don't know if I should turn. No, it's fine. I'm... and I was going to, you know, order them from, like, highest to least and what I think they are. And that's more of the bias. I know some of this list, there's a little bit of bias, but I have some rules set, so I'm not being too biased. Okay, peel off gang. There might be. We gotta do something. So, design, and yeah, it's the peel off gang. So in totality, I think looks fine. Peel off, no. Obviously looks like a door. And Shu is just, you know, a ninja. So, I mean, you know, at least 2 out of the 3 are decent. So I'll give him design. Right. How well are the characters written? I mean, they're written pretty well. I mean, they're a bunch of goofballs, which, if you don't like that, I'm gonna turn down a little bit. Okay, that should be hopefully fine. Oh, I'll leave it in S tier first. Cool factor. Okay, yeah, come on. Is the concept of the characters well thought out? I mean, to be a bunch of goofball, just group. Yeah, and a little goblin guy who wants to be ruler of the world. I think so. How clever or creative are the characters' actions? I mean, listen. This might sound a bit crazy, but they build a mech that kind of combines with each other. I mean, in like the not Transformers, like the Power Rangers, Mechazoids, or whatever they're called. I mean, that's pretty creative. And he locks Goku up in a cell. I kind of forget how that happens, to be fair. Oop. Wait, did I just skip over the deep factor? They're not deep at all. So, okay. I was like, there's no way. So. Okay, B tier, that's fine. Because I think they're at least better than Android, than these guys. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to think about if I should like, I'm gonna say I feel like Nishiki is definitely up here. Let me just reevaluate. I like his design. I think he's very well. I think he's very well written. He's definitely has some depth to him. Definitely very cool. Concept of the character is definitely well thought out. It's just a clever, creative one. The clever and creative action. I guess it's like, I have to think about what he does in the show. I don't know. I'm just trying to, I don't know, that's kind of the problem with Yakuza characters, is that, besides him, he does some pretty creative and outlandish things, like the whole motorcycle, the, sewer. know what? Let me see. Let me see if I can't pull some scenes. Yeah, he's kind of It's kind of basic, which isn't bad. Which is not a bad thing. Yeah, so he's like A tier, but he's pretty high A tier though. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Alright. These two. Design. I mean... I don't know about if I can give him design though. Just on principle. Just on principle. Also, kind of just... Yeah, you know, I'm just gonna go with that. How well are the characters written? For what they are supposed to be... It's not bad. I would say it's not bad. So, they at least get a point for that. Definitely lose it in the cool factor. Are the concept of the characters well thought out? I would argue so. And I think they lose it in the whole clever / creative thing. Because General Red doesn't really do anything, and Officer Black doesn't, besides like the mech stuff, doesn't really. So, I think that's fair. Cooler. Interesting. Design, I mean, come on. Come on. Obviously. And for a non-canon Z, movie from the Z era, I don't know why I said it. I think it's pretty well written, right? And for how well he's written, he does have a bit of depth to him, being like the older brother of Freak's. He's more hardened because he was like, he's, been out in the universe. He's, actually fighting. Which is kind of why I like in the movie. After he transforms, I don't think he shoots really a single death beam. Which is, I don't know why they give it that to him in the game, but I guess he could do that, but... Anywho. Besides, like, the supernova, he never throws out another ki blast. So... I don't know, I do think he has... it's funny, a bit more depth. Not a lot. Not a whole lot. But there is at least... Ooh, Ooh. I don't know, I guess what is depth then? How deep is the character written? I guess not that, though. Besides just being the older brother and then... There we go. I think the concept of the character is definitely well thought out, as well as... I think being very clever and creative in how he fights. I don't think I need to... just made me should be listening to some ball music. Huh? Yeah, he's definitely A tier. Oh, Broly, huh? Oh, good old Broly. I mean, I feel like I have to give it to design, right? I mean, he's designed pretty well. How well is the character written? Ooh, that'd be definitely down a point. He's definitely not written well. Definitely not a deep character. Definitely is cool. Give him the cool factor. Is the concept well thought out? Him being like the legendary Super Saiyan and all that, I think that is pretty well thought out. I just don't think he's well written. But I think the concept of the character is definitely well thought out, besides like the whole backstory. So, I would give him that. And then he also would get being very clever and creative in his fighting and whatnot. Because it's kind of how... And design... yeah, I guess it's fighting. He's a grappler. I'm a big fan of grappler characters. Also, kind of rare to get, you know, not the standard yellow or blue key blast. So that's also a plus in my book. So, he's at least a B. So Fu has a lot of iterations, so I'm just gonna kind of go do the roundabout sense like I do for like the Joker and all these other Marvel or DC characters. I definitely like his design. I think he's designed pretty well, the most part. How well is the character written? I would probably argue that it's not. He's not written very well, besides just kind of being a... like a chaotic entity. Right? I would also argue he's not that deep of a character. Cool factor? I would probably argue. No, because if I have to think about it, at least to me, it's not that cool. So, and he doesn't really do anything cool, to be fair. Kind of just steals your energy and then powers you down. That's it. And I don't really find that to be cool. But I guess it would be very clever and creative in what he does with the energy. So I would argue he is definitely a C tier villain. Old Cumber, basically Broly 2.0. Design, I kind of like his design. He's like a he has like the basically restraints around him, kind of breaking free, kind of just wearing them. I kind of like that. So I would give him design. How well is the character written? He's kind of just, again, like a Broly, so. But he's definitely written better than Broly. Cool factor, I would say he's pretty cool in what he does and whatnot. I mean, Heroes is again a bunch of bullshit, so. The concept of the character well thought out? I would argue so. And I would argue he's pretty clever and creative in its actions, so. Yeah, like I said, I think he is just kind of a better Broly in the sense that, oh, did I say how deep? Design. Well, okay, how deep? Cool. Concept, character well thought out. Clever. Okay, yeah. Hearts. Kind of interesting. Now he does have some whack-ass designs, to be fair, but he definitely has. I mean, this design is pretty in my. And like, you can probably find some pretty crazy and terrible designs for a lot of characters. So I always go, if they have a pretty good one, then that's what I stick with. They can have as many bad designs as, you know, they can, if, you know, can't even talk. They can have as many bad designs, but if they have one really good design, that's, I don't really care. How well is the character written? Honestly, pretty well. And for that, honestly, kind of being a deep character with the whole not wanting the gods to be deciding everyone's fate or whatever. I think that's kind of cool. Which is kind of weird how Heroes had that. Cool factor, I would argue he's pretty cool. Cool factor, at least, pretty biased. I just kind of decide if he gets that point or not. Yeah, I think he's an S tier character, weirdly enough. I didn't think that would happen, but weird that it's all the white-haired characters. Huh. Wait, does he have white hair? Right. Oh no, he has yellow. Never mind. Uh, sorry. Taking a bit of a drink. Yeah, okay. Venom. It's just all, and all kind of the generic Venoms, right? Design, pretty great. It's great, right? Though I would argue he is well written, but not very deep, right? And I think he's definitely just staying at A tier because I think the concept of the character is definitely well thought out, as well as being very clever and creative. And well, yeah, no, as in copying Spider-Man, his whole suit. I think that's pretty creative. To some extent. Whiplash from Iron Man 2. Definitely need to grab more music from the game. Okay, that should be fine for now. Where did I put that guy? My guy, I do not remember his name. Because it wasn't, oh, here he is. Okay. Design, well, he has like multiple designs in the game or in the movie, so I kind of like this design a lot, even though it's kind of basic. I weirdly like it, so kind of I don't really like this, like Iron Man suit design. I kind of don't like that. How well is the character written? So, let me look at this. So, if I'm not mistaken, this Whiplash is there to kill Tony because of what he did to his family or whatnot in Iron Man 1 when he attacked the terrorist and whatnot. My memory could be totally wrong on that, but that's kind of what I grabbed as when I watched it when I was a kid. So, oh no, okay, no, I was totally wrong. Good, kind of. I don't mind being wrong in some aspects, but it's somewhat similar. It's basically his father died because Howard, I guess, at least I assume, bought out his company, making him broke. Right, so he just was like, you basically killed or your father basically killed my father, so I'm here to kill you, type thing. So there's some depth to that. I don't know if it's well written though. Is the problem. So I'd move down a bit. Though I do think his character's that whole factor with his father is so I'd give him that point. I already said that his design is pretty cool, so, and I like the whole electric whip thing, I think so. Now the concept of the character, I do not think so. Kind of goes right next to Ironmonger in my opinion, because the whole whip thing and whatnot is very clever or creative. It feels like Ironmonger. I feel like Ironmonger at least a bit better. Right? Yeah, how well is the character written? Pretty well. Deep, not very deep. Cool factor. Oh, you know what it is? He loses it in kind of in point 6 where clever or creative and I don't know if I would call this character cool, so kind of the same. Loses it in different category, but that's fine. Okay, Wasp or Yellow Jacket. I really don't like his design, mainly because it just looks like the Spider-Man suit, which makes it really just looks like a Spider-Man, like the robot Spider-Man suit. So I would even go lower with that. How well is the character written? I'd say he's pretty well written for just being kind of just a business guy, right? He's basically the Ironmonger to Ant-Man, right? But also kind of in the worst aspect because I don't think Wasp get tiny? Or I think he can, but I'm not sure. Not Wasp, Yellow Jacket. Cool factor. How deep is the character written? Oh, first. Not that deep. And I also do not think this character is very cool. Is the concept of the character well thought out? I would say he is, at the very least, but how clever or creative are the character's actions? I guess I should rewrite this as how unique is what I really mean. I can only spell characters' actions. Maybe that would change my perspective on a lot of characters in some regard. In that aspect, he kind of just shoots lasers. and I think it's small. I'm not really sure. So, yeah. He's definitely a D tier villain. Demigra. He's like a demon god. I like his design in every aspect, even the weird like monster form he gets. So it's that point. How well is the character written? I would argue pretty well. Or like a a Dragon Ball video game villain. I think he's pretty well written. How deep is the character? Not that deep. He's just kind of a demon god. Cool factor, I'd say he's pretty. And I think he gets the last few points where I do think the concept of the character is well thought out, as well as I do think he does some pretty unique stuff. Or you know, if any one of these characters kind of transforms, I feel like they're unique in some aspect. So that might be a cheat code for me at least. Toa and Mira. They already get it in design. Morning, Lotario. Hope you're doing well. It's going pretty well. I think my internet is now fine. Knock on wood. So yeah, it kind of sucks. But it kind of ended in a weirdly perfect spot. But yeah, we're back. So Toa and Mira definitely get the design. I really like their design. How well are the characters written? I'd say they're pretty well written. I would say they're not that deep though. So and cool factor, I think they have some factor with them. And I would argue they are also, for the character's concept is definitely well thought out and are definitely unique in what they do in the game. Majin 21, which is the fighter's main villain. I would say I mean, her design is fine, but it is just kind of the Boo outfit, which isn't bad. So, yeah, I'll just give it to her. Her design is fine. How well is the character written? I would argue that the character is not that well written, unfortunately. I think the concept of her just being a well, because the concept, or her backstory technically is, he is he's the wife of Jiro, who also became an android, who then combined the android powers with Majin power, and they kind of make it so the Majin powers are almost like a symbiote in nature. At least I think that's kind of interesting, even though that's not really. Well, I guess I don't know. It's weird. Like a Majin android is I don't know about that one. It's interesting. It's unique. But I don't think it's explained very well. I would argue though she definitely has some depth to her character. And like I said, I think the concept of her character, it's at least somewhat well thought out. So, and the fact that she can basically, she does like the Majin thing where she absorbs your energy but also steals your abilities. I think that's kind of very unique. Oh yeah, this guy. From the Pokemon game that I was like, you know what, I haven't played Pokemon in like years and I have a little bit of money. Just got my Switch. Basically because Smash Brothers came out and I wanted to get a Switch for that. So I was like, might as well. And boy did I regret it. Boy did I regret it. Design. My problem with this guy, which is not the case with like other, you know, just ordinary guy in a suit. His is just a gray suit. He's like, he's the most generic looking guy. On top of that. I'm trying to see. Like, there's no flair in his sign, which is the problem, so. How well is the character written? This is a hard one because I kind of just did a quick skim over character for stream. I don't necessarily think he's because his whole character is that he is worried about his region losing all of its natural resources in like the next like 100 years or something like that. So I guess his idea was that if he summons this like alien Pokemon and like technically harvest it for its energy, they will be able to like survive that. Which I don't mind the writing of that. So it's just I don't think you really see any of that. I don't know. So I guess in that aspect, I would say he is definitely. I would say he's well written, but then he loses the point in I don't think the concept of the character is definitely well thought out. I also don't think he's very cool. And yeah, I don't think he does anything unique. There's definitely something to his character, but not well fleshed out, unfortunately. You know what's funny is that he's kind of similar in that vein, but I think in the best way though. Which is kind of why I'm really glad I played Legends Arceus. I thought that game was pretty good. Or like a side design, I think is designed pretty well. And then even his like he gets all suited up in armor. Pretty good too, so there's that. How well is the character written? I think he's pretty written pretty well. So the story of this character is kind of in the same, well, not in the same vein, but like he approaches it in the same way where he doesn't really do anything. Kind of lets other people do it for him. So his goal, kind of funny how this game kind of makes it so Pokemon are not friendly. How kind of the reverse how other games approach Pokemon, where it's like, oh no, Pokemon are your friends. This game constantly reminds you that no, Pokemon are a threat and will kill you. And so his apparently the spoilers for the game if ever, but so Pokemon, I guess, or a raid of Pokemon like kill his like either village or his family or something like that. And so his goal has always been to just eradicate every single Pokemon. So he's been technically in disguise of that. He has made a technical company out of researching and scouting out Pokemon. So that way he can, I guess, find the best way to kill them. It's kind of insane, but I think pretty great in that instance. See, like, at least he has a reason to kind of stand by and kind of sit over and not really do anything, because he's kind of playing the long game, whereas he kind of has no reason. Like his goal is kind of urgent, so he kind of has no excuse to kind of stand by. Sit around and do nothing. Like, you know what would have been better for this game is that he would have been the instead of that stupid fucking Team Loud shit. I can't believe that was ever that Team Loud. That Team Loud without Xploud still kills me to this day. That is an insane thing. But other than that, it's kind of some dumb Pokemon nerd stuff. They should have made this guy just like the head of one of those factions, and just be a in similar vein to these guys, Team Aqua and Team Magma. Maybe it'd be like Team Electric or whatever, or Electricity or whatever, and be like, no, we need to preserve, or I guess it's more so natural resources or whatnot, and just be like an insane environmentalist. Like you literally had it all this set up to kind of just do the similar thing as Team Magma and Team Aqua, but you did not do that for some reason. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. Like, he kind of had that mentality, but for some reason that's not where they went. Alright, well, I'm on rando. Yeah, I'd say he's definitely well written. Weirdly, kind of a deep Pokemon villain. I'd say he's also pretty cool. He can actually. He's probably one of the few characters that can actually fight. In the I guess there's a bunch of fighters, but he's he at one point just wears a full suit of armor, ready to battle Pokemon with. I think that's pretty badass. Honestly, concept of the character well thought out. Deep, cool, concept, unique. It's kind of hard to put or to place unique on any of the Pokemon characters, because it's like, okay, Besides, like I said, that he can fight, unlike most people in the Pokemon universe, I feel like. And like I said, probably one of the only characters in the Pokemon universe to like wear a full suit of armor. Though other than that, I don't think he does really anything unique. So I'd probably not give him that. But hey, not bad. Honestly, he's a great villain. In the weird sense that he's not really... He's like the most grayish like Pokemon antagonist that they've had. And apparently the post-game gets into more stuff that I never, unfortunately, got into. Well, now I can add these guys because I assume I'm now in the second half of the game. Is the Quadisto, which I think they easily get it in design. I think their design is great. How well the character's written. See, I wish... Now that I'm thinking about it, I wish I knew more about the Quadisto. Which I probably will eventually learn more as I progress. But... Because they're all, they all come from different, religions, if I'm not mistaken. Because I know Lilith is, well, why she has the, giant snake is because she's supposed to be the, I think the snake that talks to Adam, right? Or represent that. Just the other three I have really no clue on. What? Maybe I'll come back to these. Maybe I'll wait another week until I learn more, and then I will back to that. Okay, no, everything's fine. Thank God. Oh, Queen Marika. I've been. I still got some time left. Yeah. Design. Pretty good. Right, it's simple, nothing too crazy, but. And especially if you consider, like, Radagon, um, it's great. It's fine. Kind of fitting for, Queen, right? So, how well is the character written? Insanely well. And for how deep of a character she is, alongside with the DLC, no, it's crazy. Cool factor. I guess because Radagon is, I would say she's cool. She's pretty cool. She might be an S tier character. Yeah, no. I think she easily is an S tier character. Okay. Easy. Armstrong. Probably also an S or an A villain. Design. I mean, he is just a kind of a guy in a suit, but he also is designed like very well in the sense that yeah, he kind of just looks like your average office guy, but then he gets into nanomachines form, which is like great. So he's good. He's definitely well designed. How well is the character written? Definitely pretty well. He's definitely well written. How deep is the character though? I He might go up once I play the DLC. But for now, he probably is an A tier villain. I don't know if he's that deep of a character, but the concept of the character is definitely well thought out. As well, he's definitely very unique in what he does. The whole nanomachines and then just absorbing energy from machines. I think that's kind of cool. Though very annoying in gameplay. Yeah, yeah, that's fine. Um, Doom 2016 lady. I can never really remember her name because, like, Olivia Pierce, I think is what her name is. Design, it's whatever. Right, nothing too fancy. I don't really care for it. But you really never see her character anyway, so I mean, it's like whatever. How deep is the character? She kind of is just an evil cultist, so not really. There really is no depth to it to her. Also, not very cool. Uh, Definitely not unique in what she does there. But I do think the concept of the character is definitely well thought out. I do think she is well, design. No, well, how did she go down this far? I do at least think she's well written. Sometimes I do that. Maybe I move down ranking that I didn't see. Design, no. Definitely a well written character. Not that deep of a character. Cool factor, no. I guess, yeah, no, she is kind of a D level villain. I guess that's why she gets turned into just a spider brain at the end. Conmaker, on the other hand, I think is a better villain, but not by much. I do like her design, though. He gets points in that. How well is the character written? The problem is with the Doom is that I don't know if I really, not really paying attention to fighting. I don't know. I don't know if she is that well written. She's not very memorable. Like I said, I don't think Doom villains are that great. I don't think she's that deep of a villain either. Cool factor. I think she has some cool factor. I think she's like the fact that she's like a demon angel is kind of cool. No, I don't know. Other than that, she doesn't really do anything cool. So, you know what? She might also just be a deep level villain as well, mainly because Design. Well, she might be C. All right, let's see. Got design. I think she's written well. You know what? I think I'll just give her that. That's fine. Because I think the concept of the character is well thought out. So, and I think those are at least in tandem to some extent. Um, Design, how well is the character written? How deep is the character? Not very deep. Definitely, I don't think very cool. Is the concept of the character well thought out? I'd argue. Also, probably not very, though, but she does. Besides just kind of being a demonic angel and fly around. Maybe that's a bit harsh, but I don't know. I should really change these to the... I know I said that last time, but I just... too busy trying to think of other characters and doing other stuff that I didn't bother. Virgil, he might be an A tier, maybe. The problem is that this is only DMC 5 Virgil, mainly because I do not know anything else. I have not played a single DMC 5 or DMC game besides 5. So, take that as you will. Design though, I mean, Virgil has a great design. How well is the character written? Well, in at least 5, I think he's pretty well written. Like I said, I haven't, well, the whole, how deep is the character written? Besides what I know from 5, I couldn't really, say how deep of a character he is. But I guess with his backstory and whatnot, it's kind of the same thing with, Dante. You know, there's some depth to his character, so I'll give him that. I think the concept of the character is definitely well thought out with this whole, like, weird obsession with needing more power. And I would say definitely he does some unique stuff, so yeah. Easy S tier, Phil. used to go to a study that people went to that made a soundtrack to Devil May Cry. I don't know anything about the games, to be honest. This one, I would say DMC5 is probably the best action, like hack and slash game. Easily. It's in like my top, probably, if not top 5, easily top 10, like favorite video games. I forget what sister she is, but I think it's the second sister. I really do not like the fucking spin to win lightsabers, but I do like her design. I don't know why or who came up with that design of lightsaber, but they should be banished to Antarctica. Cause what the what the fuck? This fidget spinner lightsaber. Yeah, that always pissed me off when I first saw this as a kid. I was like, "What the fuck is?" Even as a kid, I was like, "What the fuck is that?" Who the fuck thought that was cool? Apparently the game's called DMC. Right, yeah, because there's like 2 Devil May Cry games, and they're kind of like completely different. At least that's my understanding, but I can be totally wrong. Soundtrack. That's pretty cool though. It's a cool little story. Son, I do like her design. The unfortunate thing, besides the game, and I know like the. Oh wait, I don't know if they're introduced in like other shows, but I think I've seen them in other shows, and maybe they go more into depth with them, but I think they're, for what they're supposed to be, I think they're well written. I don't think I was angry with how they're written. Not deep as the character. I don't know if they're that deep of a character. Like, I'm sure they have like. I mean, I feel like most Sith have a tragic story to them, but I really don't remember her story, which is not really a point against her. Just I do not remember. Cool factor. You know what's fucked up? And maybe this is kind of just personal. They lose cool factor with the stupid fucking fidget spinner blades. Like, I'm sorry, that instantly the cool factor to me. They were just normal ass lightsabers that would be just be fine. Is the concept of the characters well thought out? I would argue so. Though I'd argue they're not doing anything unique. So at least comparatively to like you know, Sith Lords before her, which is kind of unfair. Kind of have to do it that way. Yeah, that's fine. I think she's fine in B, mainly because I know that she has some depth to her character, and I just don't remember what her backstory is. Mr. Somehow I Returned. I mean, it's basic, yeah, but it works. Or like evil wizard man. So I think he gets it in design. And then I think he's definitely well written. Now for how deep his character is, I don't know about he's a very a deep character. Because even in his like history, he's kind of a shithead. Breakfast, nice. So he doesn't get it in the deep department. Cool factor. I think it's certainly it's in the cool factor with the whole shooting lightning from his hands. I'm always a fan of that. I think the concept of the character is well thought out, and definitely is unique in what he does. Well, yeah. Yeah. Because if I'm accounting for like prequels and whatnot. Lord Vader. Now he might be an S tier character. Because he's kind of everything. He has everything that Palpatine had, but has that depth. So. You know, I don't think I even need to go over the requirements. I think that's just easy S tier placement. Darth Maul, on the other hand, though, unfortunately, does not have the depth. And how well is he written? A problem with Darth Maul is that in the movies, at the very least, he's kind of just there as like an evil force. You don't really know anything about Darth Maul. At least up until like I think the Clone Wars like cartoon goes into more depth, but I didn't watch that. That's not what I'm going. I would say he's not a well-written character, mainly because he's not really anything. But in that aspect, he is definitely no, in that aspect, the concept of that is well thought out, right? Since he's supposed to be just like the apprentice of Palpatine or whatever. Which in that regard, I don't know if even if that was that's really thought out. Unfortunate. Which, to be fair, is most of the prequel era. To be honest. So I will say the unique aspect is mainly double-bladed lightsaber, which you like the first time you ever see it, which is based on a real weapon. To be fair, unlike the fucking fidget spinner blade. Anywho. Count Dooku. I think some recent thing that came out goes into more depth and like backstory of Dooku, but I just never watched it. Just heard about it. And just haven't had the time to do so. And I don't know, to be honest, I don't know if I will. Or care enough to. But first off, I mean, of course, his design is great. I think he's definitely well written. Probably one of the few things that is well written in the prequel era. How deep is the character? I think pretty, honestly, even with a little back. That's why I don't really need to know. I'm fine with it being kind of vague with this whole backstory of his, because he's kind of basically the first Anakin in a sense, where in the aspect of him betraying the council, right? So I guess in that aspect he has some depth, at least some depth that I like. Definitely has the cool factor to be. Concept of the character is definitely well thought out. Oh, I'm just gonna put his buddy up there right next to him because, and I have the Tarkovsky version of him because I don't agree with what they did to him in the movie. That was just like, that was awful. So, I don't think I need to go. It's kind of the same thing. I don't need to go further into that. Okay, damn time. So maybe another hour of this and I'll switch over. Sherrod Head. Probably another S tier villain in my opinion. Yeah, no. I don't think I need to say anymore. Definitely an S tier villain. He easily makes all of the requirements. Him on the other hand, I don't know about that. I don't think he's going to be S tier. I'll put him in A for now, because because he's not deep. He's not a deep character, but I will give him design. I will give him for being definitely a well-written character, even for kind of being boring. Definitely think he's well-written. Oh, look, a boring, bland. Bland is the right term for that. He's not boring. He's kind of bland. Concept of the character well thought out. I think so. But I don't think he's that unique, or he does anything really unique. So he's a fine villain. I think he's a great, yeah, B tier villain. What? Okay. You goofy little girl. Damn. Let me think about some of these for a little bit. Because maybe I want to move, because like I said, I moved up Android 18 and 17 because I thought I was being maybe a bit too harsh on them. Sign as well. Yeah. I think he's a C tier. Because it's like, he has the cool factor, he has the design, he has the unique factor. But other than that, eh. Kaido. Let me reassess Kaido. I think he's designed well. How well is the character? I think pretty well written. Oh, he's not very deep. Cool factor. I think he's pretty. Concept of the character well thought out. I think so. How unique? I'd say pretty unique. Okay, no, yeah. I'd say he's also an A tier villain. And Nishiki not being an S tier is what's killing me. That's kind of the problem with Yakuza character. That besides the problem with I think the only character from Yakuza that might be an S tier to me is Goro. Goro. Majima. I don't know why I said it like that. But I don't really consider him to be a villain. Not even the main villain. Anything. It's more just kind of a chaotic force that's kind of just there to annoy you. No, I mean, I'm not saying he's good, but he's not the main villain. Okay. I think I'm just kind of going over them in my head. Fine, okay. How well is the character written? Pretty. Character's not that deep. Cool factor. Oh. Concept of the character's well thought out. I would argue that the concept of them is definitely well thought out. Nah, that's fine. Look at this character. You know what? They're fine. How well are the characters written? I'd say pretty well. How deep is the character? Not very deep. Definitely not. Definitely losing the cool factor. Concept of the character well thought out. I think so. Are unique? Not really. So, move these up a bit. It is crazy that they are there. in B tier. They are probably going to be at the low end of B tier once this is all said and done, but not there yet. Crazy to. Well, you know what? Let me think of a design. Yeah, they get design. How's the character written? Not well. How deep is the character? Not a very cool factor. I would argue they get it. Concept of the character well thought out? No. Okay, yeah, they're fine where they're at. I was thinking of maybe moving this guy up or down, but he's perfect. Now, Wapple, let me see. Design, honestly, it's goofy, but it's fine. I don't mind it. How well is the character written? Pretty well. How deep is the character? Not that deep. Definitely doesn't have the cool factor. I think the concept of the character is well thought out. He might actually go up. Be fair. And I'm also thinking some of these other characters might go up. Just because of concept, they're at least somewhat well thought out. Kingpin's design, I think it's fine. How well is the character written? Pretty well. Usually Marvel characters are, well, it just depends really, but usually, I mean, it's kind of hard to not write this character well, to be fair. Even if it is kind of bland in a way. He's supposed to just kind of be a big mafia head. How deep is the character? Not that deep, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if he's cool, though. I don't know. I guess I've never encountered him in anything cool. At least to me. I feel, yeah, again, cool factor is definitely the most biased requirement on this part. Concept well thought out. Yeah, I would argue. Are you? Let's see. Design, yeah. How well is the character written? Pretty well. How deep? Not very deep. Doesn't have the cool factor. And I don't think really does anything unique. Design, how well is the character written? How deep is the character? He might be B, to be fair. Cool factor, nah, I think he's C tier. He might be a C tier because, again, doesn't really do anything unique. Okay, no, he's fine. And I've been looking at him. I don't know if I really like his design or not. Kind of questioning it. Yeah, I think I would go. Problem is that I feel like I need to replay this game to understand this character a bit more, or just kind of look up his character. You know what? Maybe I'll do that. What is this guy's name? Where is this guy? It would be just easier to do this. Giram. Just trying to wonder what this guy actually does. Oh. Well, I hope you got some good breakfast. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Never mind. Sigh. Okay, no, he's. Well, I think I might move him up a bit for having some depth that I forgot about. Keep temptation. Hey, no, it's fine. You know, get good Subway. You get good Subway. Bad Subway's no, not great. I think that's fair. For now. Oh, you, Kronos. Honestly, the better version. Voldemort, or whatever his name is. Well, I mean, design, because he's from a book, there's not really a design for him, so that's kind of a hard one. Besides, like, this one. It is a hard one. Because at least with the other gods, you kind of get a description of what he looks like. Where at least when he comes back, kind of just takes the form of another person. So really get a clear design of what he, I guess, originally looks like. So. Which I don't know if I like. I kind of like that, in a sense. So weirdly enough, I'll give it to him. Though he technically doesn't really have a design. How well is the character written? Pretty well. I think Kronos is definitely really well written books. Though, I mean, he's not that deep of a character, though. Well, I guess unless you, if I'm arguing against the whole idea that him being dethroned by the other gods is that deep, I don't know. I think that might be at least more depth than at least that's his. It's a revenge story where I don't feel like most of the other characters really have that. So you know what? I'll give him depth for that alone. Cool factor. Honestly, from how he communicates, I don't know. He's more. But I guess if he's scary in how he does it, I guess that is kind of cool. So. And I can't help the fact that anyone who uses a sickle or any weird like weapon usage is very cool to me. So. Concept of the character well thought out, definitely. How unique are the character's actions? I don't know if I would say they are unique. Since he's basically doing... Like I said, he's kind of like the better version of Voldemort, with him trying to come back. But he's also, I think that's clever and unique because he's actually trying to do it through another beat and trying. He's almost like a devil in that aspect, and I kind of like that. So you know what, I'll give him that. You know what, yeah, you know what, you could stay in S tier. For someone you don't ever see, I think he's really well written. For just kind of just being an entity. Sir Olaf. Honestly, maybe also a S tier character. Okay, maybe an A tier. Mainly because I don't think he's that deep. He is just kind of an evil fucker. Well... Hmm... trying to think of what... If they're... with the depth of the, because I think at the end of the series-ish, like the last, like, 3 books, I think he has some depth added to his character, but I don't think a whole lot, because he's, at the end of the day, he's still just a fucking prick. I can't remember if the woman that the children were kind of being rescued by was like the daughter of Olaf. I can't remember. There's something that I think there was some tie to that, but that was a long time ago. Yeah, it kind of think kind of loses it at the deep part. It's not very depthful character. Disappeared. Alright, well, okay, Shaggy. Calm down now. Oh fuck, what's this guy's name again? He was a great villain. Like something Prime. Where is going? This whole list of names is so tedious. It's good that they are in alphabetical order though, so that is helpful. God, you would think it would be. I thought it would be so easy to look at it in my little folder. Oh, Sentinel Prime. Yeah. That's the villain. God, what a great movie. What an amazing movie this movie is. And as like a smaller fan of the Transformers IP, it sets up the world like so well, in my opinion. Where did I put him? Now, design-wise, to be fair, I love all the designs in this game. I'm kind of glad they went back to the Gen 1-ish look. They all look like toys, which I love. They all look like, you know, the robot toys, which I'm really glad they went with that design. It's definitely a well-written character. I would probably argue he's not that deep of a character, though. But he definitely has the cool factor. I think the concept of the character is definitely well thought out and is definitely unique. Sorry, I missed what you were talking about. These were no. This is Sentinel Prime. From the Transformers 1B. Which honestly might stay in A tier. Never heard of him? Well, I've never heard of Sentinel. I mean, to be fair, like I said, I'm not a big Transformers fan. I'm kind of a light enjoyer. Besides, like, Transformers Prime. Which I love that series. That series is amazing. Probably probably one of the best, like, intros to into a show, in my opinion. Or not intros, but the start, like the first episode to the show. Is Beast Wars, is that the like the 3D computer graphic animated one? Because I think I've heard of that one. Yeah. Yeah, okay. They're all animals. That's the gimmick. But Transformers One is an origin film, technically, that builds up to how Megatron and Optimus Prime become who they are. And it sets up the world so well. It's so good. And it makes Megatron so much more of a fleshed out character. I mean, like, he kind of already is, I think, to some regards. In some, because at least in Prime, they fleshed him out in kind of the same way. Which is why, and there's, I freaked out when I first saw the movie, because there are literal Decepticon like little infantrymen that are the same exact design as the Prime ones, and I'm like, okay, whoever made this movie definitely also watched Transformers Prime, or unless they also look like that in another, they probably also look like that in another show, but that's where I saw them, so that's where I'm gonna say they're from. But oh, I gotta look up this picture. It's so clean. Sorry, and then Shockwave and Soundwave are like my two favorite Transformers. Yeah, no, you can tell that whoever made this like, if you're a Transformers fan, like, I have to recommend this movie. There's so much just love for the series in this one movie. Like, I saw these guys, I'm like, okay, they get it. These guys get it. God, I'm such a sucker for these two. Them and Megatron both. It's the dragon dinosaur. You know what's funny? I was telling my brother who watched, because there's like another part of Transformers Prime where I guess he does transform into a dragon. So they definitely reference that. Which means, well, Prime is a TV show. This is Transformers 1. Whereas, let me show you. I don't think the Prime designs are bad. I don't think they're like great, not great, or whatever. They're more like Bayverse coded than I would like them to be, but you know, it actually looks like someone who knew how to design characters designed them. Transformers Prime. The Bay designs stink. Oh yeah, I would say so. Yeah, that's not a great photo. The photo's too small. I got that one. God, I wish this was a bigger picture. That would be nice. Okay, come on. Too noisy. Yeah, and I especially do not like how every Decepticon is basically all silver. Like, there's no color to the Decepticons. That's kind of what was my one gripe. Well, I mean, there's a few gripes, but that was one of the major ones, at the very least. I got one with just his full design, not just his face. How did I get this one that was such a big picture? Cannot. Alduin. Honestly, yeah. Yeah, I kind of agree. There's just way too much going on, and just nothing really... There's no, like, focal point to the design, which... should be the case. It's kind of kind of like a mess of metal. Which is kind of unfortunate. Oh my god, darn. No, no. Works against itself? Yeah. Why are all these images so small? Okay, that one's okay. At least normal size. One of them was like profile picture size. Okay. So these are... This is... I don't mind this, but it's definitely not what I like Soundwave to look like. This is what he looks like in Prime. And the point is, I guess, is that he's supposed to turn into a drone, which I guess works. And then you have definitely better than the Bayverse design, but it's definitely very Bayverse coded. Then you have this design. This Shockwave, which is definitely also Bayverse coded, but better. No, let me see if I can't, yeah, no, exactly what yeah. It still has that Bayverse stink to it. Because it kind of came out in that same year, somewhat, when they were coming out. So, well, it's kind of. I think there was like another cartoon before this that kind of has that same-ish look. The blocky robots. Oh no, I 100% agree. like for me, especially because it's like, I guess my thought process is that like, these are also for children, right? Well, I probably, yeah, no, maybe Prime is still for kids because I watched it as a kid. These are for children, so the designs should be easy enough for that child to draw and be like, oh, look at what I drew or whatnot. At least that's my thought process. Like they should be designed well enough. At least if it's like a children's show or an IP that children are going to watch. No, I actually want. That's the dream. Yeah, exactly. Like there can be complexity to it, but it should be like not, you know, that complex. Kind of my problem with a lot of Marvel outfits is that I feel like they're just complex for no reason. I'm kind of missing the point that the children are watching it and that they're gonna be wanting to. I guess I don't know. Well, no, children still draw and color and shit, so it's just like when everyone's wearing basically army tactical gear, it's kind of I don't know, I kind of feel bad. Watching this takes most. Yeah, it takes a lot of the fun out of it, in my opinion. Because I feel like, I don't know, superheroes are corny in general. They're men in tights going around saving people. I mean, of course, that's not corny, but the men in tights thing is the corny thing. They're supposed to look vibrant and flashy. They're not supposed to. I don't know. At least to me, at least. Oh yeah, I was gonna show you before I get into this kind of perfect, into the Prime characters. The minor pet peeve of mine. Oh yeah, that's annoying. It's like when people do not put in perspective that this is a show written for children. Now, granted, does that exclude it being like bad? Could a show be for children be like bad in quotes? Sure, but like, I don't know. That shouldn't be like a downside, especially for a children's show, where children are not going to get like the deeper meanings of most things unless they watch it as an adult, usually. Oh yeah, I was gonna bring up video. Oh no, whoops. It's gonna show the that first episode. Not the whole thing, but did I look up? This is like the one of the. They show me this one. Let me see if this is the right one. When I saw this as a kid, I was like, I was hooked and extremely shocked that they did this. Let's see if I can.
Why is it still here?
A most valid question.
Also, I love the voices in this show. I think they're. Is this music you've been listening to? It's the soundtrack to JoJo's ASBR. It's the character themes in that game. ASBR. Sorry. All-Star Battle. A remix or something like that. It's just the. It's just the remake of the game, I think. I don't know if the original game also has that score, but. This is. Oh, okay, this is not it. Yeah, no problem. No, that soundtrack is wonderful. Is it not Hot Rod? What's. Is it Hound? Is that his name? No. I swear it was Hot Rod. Is it not Hot Rod? You know what? Let me just do that. Oh, God. See, I see what you're doing. What the hell is the guy's name? Okay, I don't think I'm. I don't think it's the right guy. That is a totally different character. Tailgate. Okay. Tailgate. That's his name. God, I love these stupid names they gave these robots. Okay, and it's also not going to get that too, isn't it? Just want this one scene. Just this one. It's not even his name. It's Cliff Jumper. Oh my god. It's not even his... Okay, that's a different... Okay, it's not... Oh my god. So stupid, these names. Yeah, okay, here it is. God damn it. All these Autobots have like somewhat similar names to some extent. I guess that's also kind of the problem with a lot of the Jets within the Decepticon team. They all kind of have similar names. Is this really the beat, like, or are they skipping? They're probably skipping. You know, let's see. Should rewatch this, honestly. I don't know why I should, but I kind of have a feeling I should. Show this.
On the lookout when out of nowhere these high beams light up my rear view, and then it hits me. I'm illegally parked.
Another parking ticket.
Better, the boot.
Big metal tire clamp, impossible to remove.
Bingo! So the local police do their thing, and I let them get all the way down the block. That's when I kick off my new shiny shoe, and bang!
New York's finest soil themselves.
You know me, RC. Mess with Cliff Jumper.
And you get the horns. Not sure how that complies with Autobot rule number 1. Keep a low profile.
What can I say? Patrolling for Energon out here in Dullsville gets lonesome. Almost makes me miss the Decepticons.
Like Jasper, Nevada's a party? We're alone wherever we travel on this rock cliff.
I'm getting a signal.
Need backup?
Do I ever need backup? I just found a whole lot of Energon. Decepticons.
Like, if the Bayverse designs, well, I guess, you know, the Autobots had that kind of look. I'd say the Autobots look definitely way better than the Decepticons did in the Bayverse films.
About that backup.
Also, those guys, those little henchmen, robot guys, those were in the Transformers one. Like, they literally looked exactly like that too. It was crazy.
Boys, I'll put a few dings in ya.
Also, Transformers 1 had probably the best uses of, like, transforming fighting in it. It was very creative.
Ratchet, do you have Cliff Jumper's coordinates?
I'm locked on his signal, Optimus, but our team is scattered across time zones.
RC, Bulkhead, Bumblebee. Rendezvous back at base and prepare to ground bridge.
God, such a great voice.
You want the horns? You got 'em.
The Energon. It's worthless to me now.
And you have Wink Starscream.
Scream. It's been a while. So, where's your
Not sure why it's designed this way, but I also don't mind.
My own master. Any more questions? Clean that up.
Yeah, and I saw that. I was like, I think that was the first time I ever saw like them introduce a character like that and then just immediately off him. I was like, that's kind of brave. And that's why I was like, okay, maybe this. And I, you know, writing in that series is pretty good. Some people don't like the way the humans are written, which, whatever. I mean, I can understand. It's like watching the it's like going to watch a kaiju movie and they, you know, talk and make scenes around the humans, right? But I feel like, I don't know, as annoying as it is, I feel like it's a necessary thing to kind of balance the, because you need that representation of like humanity there. I don't know. I guess I'm not as much of a stickler when it comes to that kind of thing. And I don't find them as annoying, especially because I think the relationships with the Autobots and whatnot are just really well done. Them doing their own things and stuff, whatnot. Yeah, I can agree that stuff like, which is like rarely even done. You only usually see them, for the most part, doing stuff with the Transformers, which I don't know if that's what people are angry about. Beast Wars didn't have humans. Really? Interesting. But I guess I don't know, is Beast Wars on Earth? Or is it before, like, you know, humans are a thing? Also, I kind of completely forgot that Starscream kills Cliff Jumper. Also, oh, speaking of Starscream, just to even kind of glaze Transformers 1 movie, they make Starscream, like, the whole Starscream and Megatron rivalry makes so much more sense in this film. or they just wrote it in a way I really like. So good. That movie is just so good. The Transformers fan. Yeah, but prehistoric Earth. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Okay. I mean, you could have had. Would it be better or worse if there was cavemen? No. But they just didn't do anything. A funny thought. I'm just gonna put these up here. Good question. I mean, this kind of just a funny thought of mine. It's like, feels like that's like the one place where there's no humans, which does make sense, but it would be funny if there were just like cavemen around. I have never seen this form, but I was told about it, like I said, by my brother who has seen the technical second half of Transformers Prime, where I only saw the first part of it. Tron. Does he turn into because they do the whole, or they bring back like the prehistoric Transformers in the second part, if I'm not mistaken. Or what is it, like the Predacons or whatever? It is really funny how in the old Transformers one, they just were like, yeah, Megatron, he just turns into a giant gun. Like, what? Funny. I guess it's because they already had like a tank dude. Like, oh, you can't be another tank dude, even though there's like a billion fucking airplane guys. Which they did. I do think a tank form makes way more sense than the jet form. To be honest. Beast Hunter, second part. Scale. Because they made the toys first. That could be the case. I can definitely see that. I mean, that's most cartoons though back in around that time. Is that they were just meant to sell toys. still kind of a thing nowadays, but maybe I was lied to. This is that. You know what? Let me go to the wiki. Okay, that's never mind. Too much in that wiki. Um. I don't know where. Maybe he turns into a dinosaur? Oh. Well, that just brings me Transformers Kingdom, where it's a giant purple T-Rex. Which, kinda cool. I love how they turn his tail into like a crab claw. That's kind of funny. Funny and kind of weird. Okay, well, I seemingly was lied. Or maybe he does do this in the show, and I'm just like not seeing it. I was lied to, or he was misled by something. Hmm. Okay. One, two. And then. Nah, that's fine. Fine. Well. What a weird next set that I have to do. But so far, so good. And then eventually I'll just order them in what I think is the best to worst. Excuse me. But that won't be for a while, unfortunately. And who knows, I might even add some characters if I come up with them that I remember watching. Or just have forgotten to add. Okay. Well, I think that's it for this part. I'm going to take a quick little break and then we'll switch over to Morrowind. Back as I'm. But I definitely need to take a break. Okay. Going to be right back. Okay then. What was I doing now? I can go into Margon. But for what? Here we go. Some sort of disturbance at Helene's hut. Okay. To Helene's hut. Looking fancy, looking fancy. Is good. What I want. Back to work. Am I deceased? Oh, I am. It's probably the worst is stunted by magicka. Good. Do I have plenty of bits? Oh. Honestly, I thought that was just a part of my weakness stuff. Okay, it is not a common disease, it seems, so have that checked. Blight? Oh great. Well, hopefully Margon Church. Wait, they call like the act of destroying castles and whatnot a blight? Or they call the castles that they destroyed a blight? Okay, the act of it. Interesting, I didn't know that. Hey, going. Yep, okay. Oh boy, come on. Blighted castle. Oh, come on. Oh my god. Got one final hit out before it died. Well, Blighted Castle just sounds like the castle itself is diseased, which is kind of cool. Kind of like that.
Go ahead.
But you know, what also is cool is in the way you describe Blighted is it also sounds like a castle that destroys other castles.
Speak, traveler.
Pardon me, can you help a poor pilgrim? Get to Ruddy Man, but I've lost my way. You would be so kind as to help. I can pay you septims. They're rather quickly, though, on pilgrimage, and there are others I must meet there. I must be at a Ruddy Man in Coal Cave within 2 days. Can you help? You know what? Sure. I'm not in too much of a... Where's this Coal Cave? Coal Cave is south of Guinness. If we travel west and a bit south, we can arrive there. If you have a map, I can mark the location. Oh. Okay. That is quite a bit of quite a detour, but sure. Sure. Okay. Two days? We can do it. We can do it as long as I don't have to fight too much. Especially since I'm low on everything. still going this way. It's funny that this has been, or this was brought up on my timeline. Reoccurring argument that that Gohan should be main character of Dragon Ball. I guess the argument was, would it be worse if it became that way? And I don't know. I don't know if it would be worse. But I do think that if it was based around Gohan, go around. It was based around Gohan being the main character. Which is funny that when people are asked this question, that I've seen respond to it, is that their immediate thinking is that that you're just killing off Goku, which is ever or would never be the thing. Like, Goku would still probably be an important character in the story, but he wouldn't be the main focus. I mean, we already have proof that Goku staying as the main character is not necessarily a great thing. So just in case I come across something. This is like a huge ass mountain. I'm still going the right way. I just haven't. I somehow have not gone around this mountain. Oh yeah, no, this area, this game's landscape is definitely a mood. Mood that I love. Okay, here we go. I'm also just a sucker that I've realized for barren wasteland. How are you not dead? Bro, 3? You must be blighted, huh? No, you're just a regular cliff racer. Must be because my stamina low. Or just was these tougher in this area. I just gotta get through this part. First-person games can sell. You experience a different world, a different land. I'd agree. Which is why I kind of think that these games should... Maybe this is a hot take, but these games should force you to be in first person. And I think the one thing I feel like these games desperately need that would maybe make people not care about having third person is having cutscenes and just seeing your character in the cutscene. That's it. I feel like that is like such a missing thing nowadays in games. Like, that happened all the time back in, like, 2010. And just like, oh, opening your menu and you can see your character, right? And then you can place all the gear on top of them and whatnot. Like, that's also, I think, a remedy to the need for this third person. Like, for these RPGs, I really don't think you need third person. Because at that point, just go play. I'm gonna say this. At that point, go play a hack and slash game. Maybe that's a bit, gatekeepy, but that's just how I think. Because I just feel you lose out on like being immersed into the world when you get out of first person. I love third person. Oh no, same here. I get it. I just wish there was, again, like I said, there just needs to be other ways you can like see your character. Like, again, like this. Like, if this was just... Well, and funnily enough, that's kind of the one thing I love about Oblivion, is that they do this thing, but just on a bigger scale. Daggerfall does it better. Getting close to it. I guess I'll have to look at that one. Daggerfall. But I feel like that's what's missing. And especially especially for a company like Bethesda that loves being movie-like in a sense with their stories and whatnot. Like, it's crazy that they are. I mean, I guess in Skyrim there's kind of cutscenes. At least it's like the start. I've told you I need to be in Coal Cave the next day. Be on our way. Okay, we're almost there, buddy. God. Or snapshot of the background for your character. Oh, okay. That's really cool. Wrong way. Okay. It's a path this way. Yeah, it needs the... I don't know. That's definitely what, Elder Scrolls 6 should have. If they say they're going back to, I guess, what people, I don't know the exact quote they said, but they said we're gonna go back to the way we made games or something like that. Yeah, we were on a bunch of creative detours, I think is what they said. Which is like, come on, man. Come on. Really? Creative detours? And you still won't let no one else touch your games or touch your IP? Which, granted, I kind of get. Because it's like, well, that's your baby. But Fallout, on the other hand, that's not your baby. Fallout, you can give that to, like, anyone. Or you should. And there's, like, no reason to not have done so. With the Elder Scrolls, I can kind of get it because it's kind of his baby. Oh no, I agree. I don't believe. I'm gonna say this: anyone who believes that motherfucker, that lion-ass motherfucker, you're a like. Look, I'm gullible, but I know when not to trust someone when they've lied to you multiple fucking times. That is like, what is that in like a marriage thing where it's just like, that's like being abused in a relationship, but still coming back to that abuser just because you love them so much. That is the mindset that's the comparison that I have for these people who still believe anything that Todd says. Like, it's really sad in this sense. Like, I don't want games to be bad, but it's also like, have like, and I understand like loving a company. Like, the only company I trust this much that people do with Bethesda is maybe FromSoft. But then again, they at least come out with, you know, very good games and are very unique usually, and don't really stray away from their own vision. Where, you know, Bethesda, has definitely strayed away from their own original vision. It's over here. Oh yeah, I do like how he had to, he had to put in some work. Didn't want to feel all useless. I mean, that's why I have a lot of respect for FromSoft. What? What's up, Light? What are you doing?
I have you.
Who are you?
Now you die. Die.
But why?
Have you?
But why? Oh, ow! Stop hitting me with hammers. They're beating me with hammers. Oh god. What? Okay, the guy didn't die, which is good. They're just kind of targeting me. It's fine. How much? You guys have so much health. They're oh my god, I forgot. I forgot. I don't have any. Help me, ancestors. Fuck. Oh.
You will suffer greatly. You will die.
Okay, I might die. I might die. They might be correct in that. Okay, that goes off. Good. Oh, where's my... Why don't I have anything on that? Oh god, they're beating my ass. Oh shit. Oh. Please go off. Oh shit. Okay. I don't think that was too far off. Not too far, but it's still kind of far. God, I can't believe the But why? Why did they just come out and beat me to death with hammers? The long way around. Yeah, I tend to do that. Wave. Okay. Well. Leave him alone. I can't reach him. Get him.
Die.
You good, bud? Oh. Need to find a absorb magicka spell. Maybe this will be okay. I'll just go mountain. Luckily, I can. Some of these mountains I can't, so. But hopefully he can get to me. Hopefully I'm not just leaving him. Still right. The path. Okay. Let me wait for him. Here it comes. Here's a question. Would this game be ruined if they gave all of the, Oh my god, bro, you got worms. I'm gonna get him. But back to the question: would this game? I don't know. I guess the question is, how would this game be if they gave all the NPCs like a actual not calendar schedule, like they do in the newer ones? I wonder if Morrowind fans like that. God, you could easily just make this into like a giant dead forest. Honestly, I could I just look at this game and just see like the potential of what it could look like in like a modern game. Unless that means less NPCs. Oh no, like just it wouldn't remove any of the NPCs, but they would all have what the hell? They'd all have like a schedule. We're getting there, we're getting there. I guess it doesn't help that I think it counts a day, or he counts that a day goes by because I asked him like late at night, and so I guess the night has already yep. Exactly. Okay, that's fucked. Oh, that's fucked. It doesn't count it doesn't count for when you asked him. It's crazy. Old video game logic. I love it. On guard! Oh, I didn't expect him to fucking two-shot me. Should have put my shield up. Luckily I didn't, I had a suspicion to save here. To be honest, that does make sense. I don't know if it would make, I don't know if it makes sense, but because it technically hasn't been a full day since he asked me, but when it comes to like the video game logic, you know, that's just kind of how it works. Traders on the road, just more life. Oh. Oh, even with shield? Oh my god. Okay, we're gonna avoid that creature. That creature got some horns to them. My god. You, on the other hand, are just a rat. Kill it. Oh my god. Sailing ships would be awesome too. Okay, I see your point though. The fact that it needs to be there on a specific day. So that makes sense. I guess I didn't get that part. I mean, it would be cool to actually be able to sail around. You know, like it doesn't even need to be complicated, just make it like I don't know, like Black Flag, I don't... Gods of the. Yeah, see that? That'd be cool. That'd be very cool. But then again, I like that kind of god stuff. Ugh. I guess it would have to be, I was just thinking because, I mean, my fantasy game that I've been on side very, very sparingly, unfortunately on, I'd have to design the world in a very specific way. Because I feel like most games are just kind of one giant landmass. Granted, mainly because they're usually don't want you swimming around they don't want you swimming around, and you're usually not getting into like a boat or anything. Which is, I do think, a missed opportunity. In the least, at the very least. Okay, we're very close. Should just be around this corner. Oh, I thought you were something else, to be fair. Hey, here we are, buddy. Like, where exactly is this entrance? It's right here. Literally down there. Never mind. We're not there yet. I'm just gonna eat fruit was him, but far yet it would eat you. By the water in the canyon. Okay, yeah. I probably have to go all the way down there. Do my oceans. Well, I feel like, which is another one of the many missed opportunities of Skyrim, was that they didn't have any for being. Oh, sorry, just being of Scandinavian descent. angers me the fact that there are no like boats that you can go on. Are we supposed to go in? Good. Yeah. But do we have to get okay. Well, I've been here because of my last playthrough, but we good, man? Oh goddamn, it's the entrance. Bring him outside. Oh, yep, there it is. How funny.
I will
I like how...
Commander, but make it quick.
Oh, I was like... There we go. Okay. Funny how going in doesn't trigger it, but that does. Ignis's temple. Yeah, probably. Hopefully. But as I was saying about Skyrim, this opportunity about not having boats or even dangerous sea creatures. As you know, since Nords are very Viking coded. Oh, it's right here. Like you had the one race that would easily be, oh, I guess no, two, because you have the Red Guard, I think, who are also sailors, right? So hey, if, rumors are true that it is in Hammerfell, maybe that's what they'll work on, which, hopefully, it's not like how it is, or how they did, Fallout 4, where a lot of the gameplay was kind of restricted because they worked so much on the building system. So hopefully it's not that. You know, especially if they say they're going to go back to the basics. Which, I'll believe it when I see it. Which, to be fair, you know, it's funny believing and seeing, that new Pokemon game weirdly looks good. It actually looks, well, not in gameplay at least, but
You want something, friend?
it looks at least competent and not like a mobile game. Or actually, even worse than a mobile game. Because some mobile games actually do look good. Okay. Temple.
I will listen, Outlander, but
Yeah, Sally.
find someone else to bother.
Oh, come on. Oh, you don't need that. Services. I ask myself, do I like you enough to tell you about them? Okay, they don't like me.
Find someone else to bother.
That would be cool. That would be cool. At least my idea was be one excuse me, be one giant landmass and then be kind of split off into certain sections by like giant lakes.
Oh, come on, leave me alone.
I haven't even done anything yet, lady. Come on. Come on. Mainly because I like or at least my fantasy world would be, I know, shrines? There was like another person down here. I'm probably thinking of another temple. Yeah, that's probably true. Also, I don't have... It's also because I'm probably a high elf with like not very high speechcraft. And no, okay, no, I have a decent personality. Not high, but it's not low. So will praying at one of these get rid of my blight? Is that how it works? Speechcraft. Not very good. No idea what the quick save is, but... Oh, here we go. Your blight. What? Oh no, War. I'm not blinded at all. No, that is a part of my race ability. I don't know why. Womb burn is which is a crazy name. Is my race thing. Because I'm a high elf. And then also I have the Atronach ability. So I think that there's something. I think one of these. I think Woundburn is that, right? Yeah, it is. That's what Woundburn is.
May your
Which again.
kills be quick and many.
Why, thank you.
Fight well.
The first thing, first person who's been nice to me in this area. Someone's telling me to go away. Yeah, it's my star sign. What's with that? Maybe travel to Margon
I will
then
listen, Outlander.
from here. Maybe, hopefully. Yep, here we go. Thank God.
We make a
It
special
all worked out in
Thank
the
you,
end.
right.
Love to see it. I'm headed to this hut for the mages game. It's supposed to be around here. I think I have. Well, I didn't do the quest, but I did the quest early when I discovered this area because it was like, I need this place to store my stuff, which I eventually also just never went back to. So, it didn't really work. I think it was this place, at the very least. Yep. Oh god. Oh. Oh yeah, and I think there's a guy in here, right? Definitely killed him.
Tidings and good wishes to you.
Is the scamp really gone? Thank you, whoever you are. This is all my fault. Wait, you better. I wanted to be a real sorcerer, and Helene's apprentice for the rest of my life. I wanted to prove I could summon a scamp, then Helene would have to take me seriously. I'm just glad it's all over. Thanks for killing the scamp. Alright, what happened to her though? At first he did everything I told him, but he tricked me. He wasn't really under my control. Then he started tearing the place up, and he took all of my clothes, and I locked myself in this closet. It's been just horrible. I don't want to be a sorcerer anymore. I won't ever summon another Daedra as long as I live. Damn, bro. Well, in this life, you get to live. I think that's about it. City Elder Scrolls more. But also. Yeah, I think I would agree with that. That Morrowind is, I think, one of the exceptions to that. And maybe even previous games like Daggerfall. Like, this still feels like a video, where it's like kind of in the same way Fallout does it. Fallout doesn't like, it still has its like, the characters have like a schedule, but kind of they either are at their stand or whatever, or they're in their bed, right? They're not kind of going about doing other things. Which maybe that's kind of why I like them. Even though I wouldn't mind if they were more like just doing other stuff. But yeah, like this, like, it's kind of like the same way with, like, I mean, Fallout 1, where, I mean, Fallout 1, they don't have a schedule, and I mean, this is definitely inspired by all those old, like, classic TTRPGs. So, yeah, no, definitely, I would say this is probably, yeah, probably the least movie-like. Games try to be like too much, they suffer. Oh no, I agree. I agree totally that actually, where am I going? Where she was at. Altrune, I think? Oh god. I don't think I can even get over there. Well, I can get to Altrune. Either here or Balmora. No, it's not Balmora. No, I think it's here. Yeah, you got this. This annoying guy out yelling at people.
I'm listening.
Our game.
I must say, I find you most interesting right now. Please go ahead.
Oh no, I can definitely see that. mean, I think that's why I, you know, fell in love with RPGs, is that just because there's so much world building and character building, and just on top of the fact that you are in the world itself, or you can put yourself into that world and kind of live in it. Whereas movies, you can't really do that. So, yeah. I mean, this is a weird thing, but like, when I was a kid, and I played, what was it? Lego Batman on the Wii, I had an epiphany that video games were going to be much bigger than movies, which, I mean, they are now. So, because it's like, you are literally putting yourself in a world that someone else created. Now, why did I think that playing Lego Batman? I don't know. That's just a thought I had when I was a kid. I was like, "What? This is incredible." Like, I was like, "This is like better than watching a movie." I'm like playing the movie. I'm like, I am enacting what I want in this movie, in a sense, or in this piece of media. So, and I loved Lego Batman as a kid. The things about Lego Batman. Oh, the newer one? Oh yeah. I've been hearing great things, and I like the way it looks. I'm a sucker for Lego games, to be fair. Mainly because I grew up with them, but I also think they're kind of a diamond in the rough, because they are video games at heart. Sure, they have like a story mode to them, but most of the time they care more about well, first off, they care a lot about the IP itself that they're kind of, most of the time. Some Lego games are definitely not as good as others. Islands or Morrowind for me, I really Days Past. Lego Island, huh? Definitely. I love Lego games, so they're kind of a guilty pleasure. If it still runs. Oh, is that one of those old PC Lego games? One of my favorite games, which is funny that I'm not really into the genre, but the one game that I really loved playing as a kid was this like Legos RTS game for the DS, which was like all their old kind of generic franchises, like the generic pirate Lego franchise, and the old generic like knight franchise. Oh yeah, no, it was super fun. Like as a kid, that's super fun. I definitely want to replay that game and actually try to beat it. They made another version, and it's kind of just the same game, but a Ninjago skin, which never. I mean, I watched Ninjago when it was coming out, but like, I was never into it. I liked it because, I mean, I like my skeletons. Get some cool looking skeletons. I mean, I'm all in. Even my child brain be like, all right, fine. I don't really care for ninjas, but you pair ninjas up with some weird necromancer with a skeleton army. You got me. Lego skeleton. I mean, yeah, I always love the Lego skeletons in general, so. I always dreamed of Lego RTS. I mean, yeah, there's one for the Game Boy. Or not Game Boy, yeah. Like I said, there's one for the DS. Or it's technically, like I said, there's technically two. And with great animation, I might, I'll have to bring that up here. Once I'm done. See the scan. Is that all? I can't believe I was distracted from studies for so trivial. Oh, so it's so I always thought Helene died. Is Helene not dead? Checking it out on YouTube as we speak. Oh, okay, yeah, that's good enough. What else do you got for me? I finished my study of Chimarvomadin, blah blah. You believe this isn't about a Dwemer construct at all? This book was completely useless. In any case, I need you to return the book before Cyrillin suspects anything. Return the book to wherever you found it. What? Didn't I buy this book? I thought I bought this book. Oh, okay. Never mind. I think I did steal it. Alrighty then. Okay, so what else do I need? Okay, I have that. 50. Okay, that's what I don't have. Eventually, I will get there. My destruction. Okay.
Are you wounded? You should find a healer.
Or well, at least he was worried and not just being annoying. That's the start. It does not exist? What? It's not perfect. Okay. It's cut content. Similar named Halia is unrelated to the quest. Maybe that's what they meant, because maybe they meant Halia, not Halia. Maybe that's just a typo that happened. Honestly, this game has a good, a good chunk of stuff that I mean, stuff like that definitely will probably fall through the cracks, unfortunately. Damn.
Where would you like to go? What was that?
game. Oh yeah. Little stuff like that doesn't bother. It is kind of just funny to learn about stuff like that though. Be way better with full voice acting. I mean, I could see that eventually happening, especially if this game ever did get a remake or whatever. I mean, they did they did that for Oblivion, so.
Why walk when you can ride?
Full voice acting. That is I've always had like so how do I say this? I've never had like a gripe with that, but it always something in my brain that says that if you do fully voiced dialogue, you lose a bunch of like options you can do, because of obviously you can type as many outputs that you want, but maybe like voice work is obviously so dark in this stuff. This is the right area, right? Foreign coder, okay. Like, I feel like you wouldn't have as much dialogue in Morrowind if it was all voiced. That's kind of one of my, I guess not. I was gonna say fear. It's not really a fear, but it's the one thing that that's on my mind that I think about. Okay, same VA. Well, I think that's like how I think that's how Skyrim has it. Is I think all the characters are, or all the dialogue is pretty much voiced. Besides your character, of course, which I don't know. I would say I do not want your character voiced unless you are choosing the voice. It is so crazy that Fallout 4. See, here's my thing. I bet you everyone would not have mind a voiced or your character to be voiced if you got to pick the voice. Not the game just deciding, oh, that's your voice. And again, that's kind of the problem I have with a lot of, or even I would say this game even has a problem with, is, which I wish there was more of, is the choice and consequence. Is there's not much of that. They really are very very railroady.
So what do you want?
No, it's over here. So little dialogue compared to this game. Oh, if you mean by Skyrim, yeah, there's definitely a lot less dialogue in that game compared to this game, for sure.
We're watching you.
Hope not.
Where is that slave?
Where did I put this in someone's room? Or grab this from someone's room?
What was that?
Where is that room? Somewhere over here, right? Oh, in here.
An adventurer, I presume.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. I wonder if that counts.
Speak, traveler.
Oh god, now how do I get out of here? No, okay, this was right. Never mind.
Speak, traveler.
If you're here for trouble, you'll get more than you bargained for.
Oh, don't you worry. Tell some sort of story. Specific. I think I agree to that. I think you. I mean, I guess you have to be smart, and quest is railroady. Like, I guess, for me, like, you have to make it so I don't have any other option besides the one, right? You kind of have to pre-establish that. The problem, where it comes in, where Bethesda kind of has a problem with is it level down? Is that they want to give you all these options, but then also want to tell their own story, which is fine, but it kind of goes against what they're trying to do. Like, or I guess it breaks the whole thing with you having the freedom to do what you want. Like, for example, the whole, Fallout 3 ending where you can or there is a specific dialogue option telling this super mutant companion that you have, who is, immune to radiation, to not go into the highly radioactive, like, water pump or whatever. And, to fix, I don't know, I've kind of skimmed over what happens at the end of like, you cannot leave options on the table. I don't know why I'm going. It's kind of walking. At least that's how I think. It's kind of like, I guess how some people want to immediately fly throughout the whole map immediately, right? Now, if you allow that, that's fine. But then you also have to put up barriers to prevent them from I guess fully breaking the game. I don't know. For me, I don't like. That's kind of a weird thing. I guess kind of a hot topic when it comes to video game design is flying, because flying is such a broken thing to do usually in every kind of game. Which is why I kind of agree with the fact that you shouldn't be able to fly until, like, the very, like, endish portion of the game. So oh, I mean, yeah, exactly. Like, I think you just have to give, or like I said, you want to be do like a railroad-esque, well, because I mean every story is a railroad to some extent. Well, this is like mainly or I guess I hear this mostly in D&D, is that stories are very railroady, mainly due to the fact that you are not giving, or not given, a lot of options to, I guess I'd like change/alter the game in some aspect to your choosing. Or it gives you some sense of, like, false freedom that you have in the world. Which isn't really, that's never a good feeling. Building 2. Oh no, I agree. I think you could. Easily add flying into the game and build around it. But that's the problem: is you have to build around it because it's such a strong game mechanic. And that's kind of the thing. It's kind of the reason why most games only give you that at the end of your playthrough, or you know, end-ish of your playthrough. Mainly because I like the idea that it forces you to kind of explore the world at a decent pace instead of just you zooming around the map.
Why walk when you can ride?
Like, if you were just given, like, just flight in this game, right? Immediately right off the bat, do you think most, or do you think the majority of people would have discovered a lot of the, cool little areas in this game? I really don't think so. Now, granted, that's, you know, their option. But I don't know. That's just how I feel about it. But that's also, here's another great thing about Morrowind that I love, is that it's not easy to be able to just fly everywhere. You have to build up to it, which is another mechanic that I do think is missed in a lot of games, in my opinion. Is that letting you do that very strong thing is not easy to get to, but you can eventually do it. Kind of like how in Fallout 1, it was never intentional for you to be able to just go straight to the master and kill him and beat the game in like 3 minutes. But you can. If you're good enough and lucky enough. And I love that kind of stuff. There has to be some I like the high risk, high reward factor.
Well, I find myself in pleasant company. Please share your thoughts.
But exactly where I found it? Bruh. Okay. Don't remember. I guess I must have put it in the pretty magical. Yeah, and that's kind of where I'm that's kind of what I mean. Is that, of course, yeah, if you have the knowledge, you can eventually do that. And just get flight real quick if you wanted to. Oh my god, now I have to go back.
Why walk when you can ride? Why walk when you can ride?
No, it's just fun. It's fun to see what other people think is, or I guess not, what their design philosophy is. Because that is the design philosophy I've heard plenty of, is that they, you know, you just design flying, or you designed the game around the ability to fly everywhere in the beginning. Funny enough, I did hear about that. I heard about that today. So. And it was mainly about Pokemon. How, you know, you usually don't get the traversal moves or able to use them until like the endish of the game. Maybe that's where it comes from, you know, for me at least. But I think that's kind of just a nice balance to have. If I was going the wrong way. I just thought about it. What if, instead of a Morrowind remake, we get a Morrowind prequel? I don't know how that would work. But you get to see all of like a restored Vardenfell would be kind of interesting to see, like before the mountain explosion.
Anytime you're ready. Just don't keep me waiting.
And Elder Scrolls Online. Oh, that is true.
Khajiit
Get that.
has no words for you.
Well, then again, I only played that like once, and that was like years and years ago. So.
Okay, I'm listening.
Oh, well. Because to be fair, that was like the only place that I was like, wow, this place is very cool. Wow, this place is very cool. I wish there was a game like this. Oh, did I know? Oh boy, do I wish I knew.
By the three, my right.
God, now where is this? This many dumb things. Yeah, I mean, I guess for me, because I went into it, it's like, oh, maybe this is just more Skyrim. It's like, not really.
Please, by all means, I'm listening.
I mean, I guess I was looking for it to be the same gameplay as Skyrim, which was definitely not
An
going to be the
adventurer,
case.
I presume.
Oh, did I just never? Okay. Whatever. Oh, I think I need it. So stupid. Maybe that's. Let me look up. I do think my journal said where I picked it up from. Okay, nope, it doesn't. I'm hoping that's maybe where I took it from.
Well met. What is it?
Okay, I assume it has to be that chest because it's a named chest. I assume that's where she told me to grab it from. Why did I think that I could easily have just teleported here.
Ah, greetings. What shall we talk about?
I am... With all this intelligence of my character, sometimes I can be pretty stupid. My god. He's giving NPC stances, poses. That'd be cool. And maybe them actually, like doing something instead of,
Welcome,
you know,
the day is yours.
staring at a wall. That would be quite nice. Just a bit of quality of life changes. I guess that's not really a quality of. Nah, that's not. More of just more of a nice visual thing to add. Okay, thank God. Know the location of some ruins. I will be asking you to travel to some dangerous amulets. Ooh, okay. An amulet, huh? That's something I will gladly take. And it's the teleporting amulet. It's definitely very useful. Well, yes, Conjurer, at this delicate phase of my research, I need to study a Dwemer tube. They're easy enough to find. I believe I saw some in Arkunthung Sturdums when I was last there. Would you be willing to travel there and bring back the Dwemer tube? Yes. I appreciate your dedication. Yes, easy way to get there to go to Lothian. Oh, the coast east. The coast to the west. Go straight out to Canis and follow the roads north, and I'll mark all of Velothi on your map. Okay, good. Or prey. Oh yeah, I agree. And like I said, I think a lot of well, again, like, unfortunately, Bethesda games always have like a one step forward and then 2 steps back approach to games, unfortunately, because they focus on.
I must be going, so if you could make it quick.
Where did I do? This picture. Oh, see it. It's still Strider to Gnist, follow the roads north. I mean, more weather effects would be nice. But I don't know what other kinds of weather you could add besides like rain and whatnot. Old place of the Velothi. Clouds in the distance, and then yeah, that now that would be some insane tech. I feel like even. I mean that. I mean, I'm not a coder, but I feel like if you just have it set on like a weather system timer, I feel like that could be possible. And would be very cool. Old goodness, and then all the road north. So this way.
Quickly, Outlander. I haven't much time.
Yeah. Well, I was just thinking about like, because in like an RPG, most of this is just like a skybox, so you would just set it to, because obviously there's different, or there would be different intensities of rainstorms. You would just have a certain skybox be set once the weather system timer kicks in for each specific intensity of rain. I think that would be very cool. Well, I don't have saved it. Well, I'm gonna do that. I guess the hard thing to do then is the placement of them then, because if you're always outside, then they would have to be placed at a certain distance from your character, which then the game would have to register, I assume. I mean, I feel like it still could be done. Again, I'm not a programmer, but oh, it is that time. Back. Okay. Well, like I was saying, is that it's over here, all Velothi. Where am I going again? Oh, it's on my map. I don't know why I haven't. Okay. You don't want that in a video game. Oh yeah, no, like a weather system. I mean, I always find weather systems to be very cool because it just adds another dynamic to the world. Which is why, again, another one of the many downsides of Skyrim. And honestly, I feel like most... I don't know how you do it in this game, but at least in Skyrim there was a chance to at least have, like, seasons and then holidays and whatnot. I think that's one of the things I wish games had that have a built-in calendar like the Elder Scrolls does. And you get to see characters kind of, or NPCs kind of celebrating and whatnot the holiday. I think that would be very cool. You know, as somebody who's not, I mean, I don't really celebrate holidays that much, but for like a fantasy setting, I think that just gives your world way more, I guess, spice to it, in my opinion. Love that. Yes, exactly. I love that kind of stuff. Like, it's so insane that it's like, oh, you have the like the Burned Man festival in Skyrim, but they're like, it's only for a day and it's a scripted event. I'm like, so why can't we have just more of this, but like not, well, it would have to still be scripted, but like scripted for more than just a day, you know? I don't need to go that way, so let's just... I thought the road... Is the road going that way? No, it's just going over there. From experience. Yeah, no, that's cool. And guess what? Sometimes that could get you, or that could get people into the universe just with that kind of little bit of engagement with the world, right? It's like, why, you know, why is no one at their shop? Oh, because they're all celebrating this holiday. It's like, oh, what's this holiday? And it's just like, okay, now you got a whole aspect of the world that you've just thrown your character or your you know, the person that is playing that game into. Another thing that I feel like, which this game is doing a wonderful job, with the whole religion aspect. I guess I don't know if there's any like religious knights. I guess I wish there was more of like religious factions. Like how, like, which is so crazy that there's only one in Skyrim, which is the Agents of Stendarr, right? Which is like, so there's only one group of fanatical followers for this one random god. And there's no other god has that for them. I find that very hard to believe. The Knights of the Nine. I don't know too much of the Knights of the Nine, but that doesn't really sound like what I'm talking about. Like, I like the Agents of Stendarr, but just wish there was more agents of other gods. Or like, you know, more cult divisions of some kind. Like you would think that there would be way more like cult pockets in the world of Elder Scrolls, but there really isn't. For some reason there really isn't. I really don't get that.
Tidings and good wishes to you, friend.
Might you take a moment to help a lady in distress? Sure. Well, I dropped my ring and I can't seem to find it. I think I must have rolled down into this pool here, but I can't go into it to get... Oh. I know what this quest is. Sure. Skyrim. Yeah. Oh, who's that? Somewhere around here. Odd. This was also one of the hardest things to find for like no reason. Definitely, definitely am not blind. But man, is this, it's a bitch to find, my god. Oh, here it is. There it is. You can barely see that fucker, my god.
No good deed goes unpunished, Outlander.
Alright, whoa, whoa, whoa! Calm down. Shoot. Boy, they ran. Okay.
Well met. Greetings.
Well, at least I know where it is, so. No good deed goes unpunished. Yeah, why does Azura say that in this, like, very specific quest? Kind of interesting. Okay, come on. Oh, please do not tell me it moved around. Oh, for... I don't think Green can move. Okay. Well, I sure hope not. Well, it was just right here, so... Unless... Oh! We just saw it. God, this is insane. Oh, Christ.
No good deed goes unpunished, Outlander.
Oh! Where's... Okay, I just have to run.
How may I help you, Altmer?
Leave me alone. Hey, buddy.
How does the day greet you, friend?
Alright. Die.
This is the end of you, Swit!
Don't kill my guy. Oh, I'm poisoned. Okay. These guys
Well met.
might be a
Greetings.
bit much for me.
Come on, fight!
Oh my god. Oh, he's fast. Okay, one down. Fuck. Oh my god, this guy is fast.
Well met. Greetings.
I think he's a dark elf. Do that? God, these...
You'll be dead soon. I have you.
Oh, okay, I cannot let this character hit me at all.
How may I help you, Altmer?
Well, I wish I had better spells, to be fair. Oh my god, that was awful. Okay, that was off. I didn't hit her once.
Well met. Greetings.
Alright, never doing that again. Okay, understood.
To the death.
Jesus. Oh, where's my?
Should have killed you sooner.
I pressed the wrong. I pressed the wrong button.
Well met. Greetings.
Okay. One more time. Then I'll come back to this.
I have
Oh, she's so fast. Jump. Oh God. Why'd he stop me? What? Man, you suck. What the hell?
well met. Greetings.
I think I did that last time as well, and I don't think that worked. I think I remember specifically going to that place and then no one helped me. Also that she is definitely way faster than me. So I will have to do, excuse me, have to do this later. Yeah, I definitely also need a different element of damage. Oh yeah, I just need more spells in general. Not have many. Damn, close. I just need to get that to 50, which is pretty close. I just need to find someone that can summon a faster creature. Was it on the side of the cliff? Oh, excuse me. Now I have the hiccups. Oh yeah, no, but the greenery in this game is really good. Now, okay, so this way. I'm also. No, I can probably a few new stuff and be decent at it. Nothing crazy, but definitely should be able to learn some decently strong spells. Where? Got miners and fishermen here. That makes sense. Might be the bridge to that Dwemer ruin. Yep, here it is. Might have been another bridge. I thought there was going to be the one guy on here. Oh god, come on. Love me some Weber Ruins. Cool environment, I agree. I think this whole game has some cool environments in it. That I think is a good place to end it before I go in here. Way that way I think I can then just go do some more mage guild stuff. Got the I think about decent chunk of the running around done. Now I think these next few quests will be about just actual dungeon delving, so that'll be a nice place to start. Oh yeah, I definitely think, I mean, especially since it is next to the coast, it should be much foggier. Save, right? Okay. Just making sure. Eventually I'll get better magic. But probably maybe next stream I'm gonna try to, maybe that'll be a goal, is to finally get some new spells. Or what, you know, next time I play Morrowind, is to get new spells. I was thinking about this. I do eventually want to play on the harder difficulty and see how much of a difference it makes the game. Obviously, it gives characters more health and damage, but I kind of wonder how it forces me to engage with the systems. It's kind of my problem with a lot of games where they will do that, but they don't really have the depth in the combat or the mechanics of the game in order to, you know, overcome just the health increase. Doesn't do an awful lot. Well, I mean, I don't think or expect usually a game to have like an actual AI combat changer. Some games do, some games don't. I think that's gonna, I mean, I don't know a lot of games that do that there. It's mostly just increasing health and damage. Which, like I said, can be can be fine if the mechanics of the game are deep enough to let you overcome that. like well, like how New Vegas has the really hard difficulty mode where it then forces you to use all of the special ammo. So, whereas, if you're just playing on a normal difficulty, you don't really need to engage with with those bullets. Just curious, and if the systems in Morrowind will be good for that. To be fair, I feel like magic is the energy weapons of the Elder Scrolls, as in like energy weapons in Fallout are usually the strongest type of weapon and does the most damage, which makes sense because they're energy weapons. So I wonder if magic has that same placement. So eventually, once I learn more about the magic systems and how to, well, first off, how to get access to a bunch of decently strong spells, because it seems like, which is fine by me, that it's not easy to access some powerful spells. Good. Enemy, I think, which I do like. I really like the fact that enemies aren't, or they have like weaknesses and resistances to some extent. I do like that. It feels that's very video gamey, which is, I think, definitely missing in a lot of RPGs. Specifically, well, I guess not a lot. Some RPGs have them. The fact that Elder Scrolls kind of removed that is weird. Because at that point, then you have to think about on how to engage your enemy in a very, I guess he doesn't have to be creative, but it makes you think outside the box, which I really like. Like how you can't harm ghosts or dangerous. Yeah, exactly. I really like that. I like that kind of stuff. Even if it is annoying, I like those annoyances. I guess they did keep that in Oblivion, I think, though. It just really is Skyrim that kind of removes a lot of the, I guess, quote-unquote, annoying RPG elements, which, humbug to that. Yeah, like the whole fact that, Dark Elves take like no damage to fire magic because they're resistant to it is very cool. I like that kind of stuff. Even if it is annoying, I only have a fire spell, really. So I guess, what I would do is, I think once I eventually get into like not open Morrowind, but 'cause I'm already in open Morrowind, but the whatever that Morrowind thing is for that adds a bunch of stuff. Maybe I'll do it when I eventually get to that. Hammer. Oh yeah, that. Maybe I'll try it with that. Swords, frost, and lightning. Yeah. I like that kind of stuff. Like a lot. And I was just thinking about it. So does and I usually do get these mixed up. So with the Ashfall mod, it doesn't work with open Morrowind, but will it work with Tamriel Rebuilt? Because if so, maybe I'll do that. I wouldn't mind kind of just combining all of that together. Well, as far as I know. Okay. Okay. Alright. I mean, I probably won't look into it for a little bit. Up until, when I feel like I'm close to finishing this little playthrough that I'm doing already. But eventually I'll definitely do that. I think that would be fun. Just be a fun experience to do. Okay. Alright, well, I think that's all I have to say right now. So, that will be the stream for tonight. Tomorrow is, I think, starting to get into the DLC of Metal Gear. I've never done that. So that'll be fun to do. Then I guess more Shin Megami. Because yeah, the story's heating up and I am really excited to see where it goes as well. Oh, well, thank you. Appreciate that. I try my best. Try my best just myself, I guess, but just yapping away. Anywho, thanks for chatting, thanks for lurking. I appreciate you both. Stay blessed, have a good day, and I will see ya next time. Later, dudes.